What is up, my dudes? Can you believe it? We're only 4 days away from Christmas. Well, Christmas Eve technically, but to me, it holds significant importance pretty much throughout the 3 days. So, 24th, 26th, big time for celebrations. Anywho, I thought I'd bring back Soul Reaver because it's been a hot minute since our introduction to this game. And I know I've been doubling down on Morrowind on account of the fact that I'd like to have that done and dusted by the end of the year, which, mind you, is still going to be our focus. But, well, it'd be a darn shame if I left my other playthrough behind in the dust, all but forgotten. So that's why we're going to try and push things tonight. And yeah, let's just set this up and get the show back on the road. Now, mind you, I did a little warm up beforehand, as in booted up the game, tried to get a feel for the control layout again. Because usually how these kind of streams go, when I have to use something else than a mouse and keyboard, which is my main controller on this system, I struggle a bit and make a lot of misinputs. I mean, granted, there will still happen on a mouse and keyboard layout, as you might have seen from all the misclicks happening during Elder Scrolls 3 when I potentially accidentally accessed the map a lot, or any other menu that had no place during the time when it came up. So, fingers crossed. This will be smooth sailing. Without me exposing myself as a, well, fake gamer. Well, anywho, where do I begin our recap? So, we got acquainted with Raziel. He is Kane's former right-handed man, wronged for stepping out of line. That line being, he grew a pair of wings. Kane got a little envious of his general stepping above the pack in terms of, I don't know, vampiric superiority, evolutionary progress, however you want to call it. And he was banished to the void, where he was burning alive for potentially eons. Before the old one, our guide throughout this journey, pulled us out and gave the opportunity to get back even with Kane. We've so far made our first skirmish with Kane, acquired the legendary Soul Reaver, TM, and also met up with Ariel, a name you might recognize from Blood Omen, the first game. She used to be one of the guardians of Nazgûl. Gave us a recap on how Kane, forsaking the pillars and choosing his own selfish desires, pretty much doomed the lands. Which, well, was to be expected from him making that move. And now we're gonna keep on pursuing Kane and also checking what's been happening with the other vampire clans during our absence.
Your brother Zephon's keep lies far to the east. beyond the ruins that greeted your first exit from the underworld. He and his brood have cocooned themselves in a derelict cathedral, having murdered its human guardians.
Oh, so it put us back in the underworld. Well, thank you for the input, Tony J. At least we know where to take our steps from here on. God. That is such a simple but cool weapon design. Again, touching upon the sentiment raised on the previous stream, lightsabers never grew out of fashion. This one has the extra cool factor of being entangled to our arm instead of just a simple futuristic sword that we're holding in our hand. Okay, let me make sure I picked the correct gateway. Because ideally we don't want to end up too far from our objective, which would be right here, the human citadel. Which is my short-term memory fails, and I'm unable to keep up with these symbols the moment I look away from this menu for longer than several seconds at a time. Yo, what's up, Running my man? How you doing, dude? Here comes the King Cooper. You excited for the Mario Galaxy movie? Still remember watching that trailer a while back, where people were spazzing out about his son getting all the limelight. And I have to say, it looked pretty decent for what it was. I did really end up liking the first animated Mario movie. So, I do have high hopes for this one. Come here, buddy. Let me swallow you up. Ooh, whatever happened with Toxic Avenger? I do vaguely recall they were supposed to do something with that IP, but I haven't really been keeping up with it. Notice how I easily got distracted, and I was supposed to take a portal to the surface, but then I just decided to walk there conventionally. Because why not? Anyway. Let me try and figure out how to... there we go. I believe we were supposed to go this way. Alright, I have to be in the spirit realm in order to phase through gates, don't I? Should have thought about that before I became mortal again. Oh well. Thankfully, we can switch around the fly. Yeah, you T-pose through that solid surface, my good. Shout who's boss. I believe this is the fabled human citadel of legends. Now occupied by vampires. Let's see if they welcome me with open arms. Ah, that's what we need the sword for, just to shove that in like a makeshift key. And proceed. Ooh. Oh, look at that freak. Oh, I don't like that thing walking on all fours. Oh wow, it looks even scarier in low res. I kinda like it a little more this way because it's resembling a mangled spider. Here, you can make out more that it's a messed up vampire. Although you can still kind of see the arachnic features. Oh yeah, he's got like little spider eyes above his regular ones. Oh, that is such a cool detail. Anyway. Let me just hop in here so I can mosey through. And then we can deal with our friend here. Ooh! Or we can just 1 KO with a Soul Reaver. And they explode in a gory fashion. Chef's kiss. Love this sword. If I got hit by that on the way up, I've been pretty upset. Thankfully, no cheap level design. In we go. Okay, from the way that camera panned, you can clearly tell we'll be spending here a good while trying to figure out the most efficient way of getting up there to that hallway. In fact, I see our first opportunity to ascend right up here. Some mana pickups up there. Let me get a good view first, because chances are there might be some nifty collectibles around, like, say, a piece of pizza that would extend our health pool, because I'm pretty sure we need only one. We need only one slice of cheesecake. And we'll get our very own first health boost. That's kind of vaguely facehugger-esque. Not that I have a problem with it. Certainly makes this polearm design way more interesting. Ooh, that's a pretty tricky jump from this angle. What else can we do? Could try and float up there. See what we end up with. There is more down here. Quite a bit, in fact. At least in terms of enemies. Boom. Never gonna get tired of that. Let me just lay it down upon you guys. That finisher is a 10 out of 10 in my book. I see. I was wondering what was the purpose of this room. However, conveniently out of reach. I'm sure we'll get like a jump boost or something that gives me more of a kick while traversing. But that is likely gonna come as the next boss upgrade. In the meantime, let's try to progress. Well, not like that. There was anything but progress. I gotta learn to rely more on the camera autocorrect. When you press R2, it does help in expanding your field of vision, especially since Raziel's model does get a little in the way when you're trying to do sensitive jumps. I feel it's a little too uh-oh. Well, there goes my cool sword. That's gonna be a bit of a problem because now I'm gonna try and have to throw that guy into the fire, or I'm gonna have to grab that spear that we saw from up there. Hey, what's up, Frosty Man? Good to hear that you have power. Seems like it was storming pretty badly in your area recently, concerning your roof got messed up. Did you get to look into it? See the extent of the damage yet? I'm sorry, what's going on up there? Why is that dude crucified on the platform? How did he get there? Hold up, are you even real or a glitch? No, he's real. What the... Well, clearly, you don't belong in this world. Oh. Yeah, something's real up with this guy. You know what? You started out glitched. Your entire existence is now being stuck in that block for the rest of eternity. Oh, dude, God bless that nothing major happened. How badly did your immediate neighborhood got affected by those winds? Like, I'm gonna assume that not everyone was as lucky as you, and unfortunately, some major damage happened in the area. Right, after that messy encounter, let's move up here. And then over here. Interestingly, you can get on top of those wooden beams. I wonder if you can actually phase through these windows while you're in spirit form. Because otherwise... there doesn't seem to be a regular entrance per se. Might check that out of curiosity in case it's like secret compartments all throughout here. So let's go ghost mode. No. Doesn't seem like it. Come here. Come here, Buster. There we go. Well, the placement of pickups is a little different when you enter the Shadowverse. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary, as far as I can tell. And the strange bugs continue. One particularly cursed enemy. Oh, well, thank goodness. That sounded like it could have gone real bad. Especially if the wind decided to get even more intense. Although, 85 per hour, that's already... that's already pretty crazy. What was the trick to picking up these again? I always forget. I think I just gotta use the other spell. Other than that... Was there anything worthwhile up here? Oh well, back to the drawing board. We'll figure out the correct path of progression yet. At least in the Motor Realm, the enemies gracefully do not respawn while you're still in the immediate vicinity. So that in itself is a hidden blessing. Oh, come now, that was just a slightly off the mark. I could crack a joke that this sharing the same DNA as Crystal Dynamics later Gex games has a little to do with this platforming being kinda wonky. But I believe I've already cracked that one, so... Well, to be fair, to my knowledge, they only made one 3D Gex game? Or was it 2? Because the first one was a 2D side-scroller. And was it after the second or the third that they went 3D? Can't remember off the top of my head, to be honest with you. I'm gonna be real with you all. It's tempting to try out Gex as a series, if only me, as an almost 40-year-old man, to see how many of the already dated joke I can get. And mind you, when those games originally came out, a dozen of those references were already heavily dated. Do these pressure plates hold any significance? Are they even pressure plates or pure decoration? Who knows? Regardless, let's mosey on. Visceral. I want to say with Blood Omen, while it's easy to label it as pure dark fantasy, which it wholeheartedly is, I would say that it would not be an error to slap the horror tag on this franchise. If only for the atmosphere and the unsettling visuals. Just for the creature designs alone, I would say this gets to be a pretty spooky game. I mean, look at our protagonist. Look how messed up he is. Especially once that cape goes down and you see the missing jaw. I'm sure you'll agree it's a particularly ghastly sight. Alright, so what am I doing here? That is too high to reach, from what I'm seeing. Unless, can you move this out? Oh no, there's a platform here. Got it. Gotta appreciate that casual strut.
To mankind's defiance of Cain's empire, this towering cathedral now stood derelict. The humans who worshipped here, dead for centuries. Its architects conceived this tower as a holy weapon against the vampire menace, a colossal instrument of brass and stone. The cathedral's pipes, once tuned to blast a deadly hymn, now stood silent, and these vacant spaces whistled their impotence.
Man, you gotta wonder how long it actually took the writers to come up with this poetic and imposing narrative, because it sure speaks volumes. This is the kind of memorable banter and internal monologue that you just feel compelled not to talk over, but instead listen carefully. This does raise an interesting question, because Raziel just implied that humans are in fact gone. Now, does he mean that they vanished completely from Nosgoth, or just from this region? This particular cathedral that they inhabited? Because, well, considering we still have vampires well about, they do need to feed on something for blood. So my educated guess for the moment is we do still have at least a part of mankind around. Possibly enough to act as cattle. I've seen that kind of service already a couple of times, and this makes me believe we're gonna get some kind of grappling ability. Can't do anything with it at the moment. Did I just walk around in a circle, or is that a different room that just happens to have the same layout? I actually did. The trailer looks amazing. David Production always delivers when it comes to solid animation. I'm glad they've been keeping a consistent style all throughout their entire career associated with JoJo, because think about it, that's been going on for like, what, a decade now? Given their start with all the way from part 1. And it's been just that consistently good. Now, cramming a lot into the first episode. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that, because eventually, because of Netflix interference, they did have to split the later seasons into several parts, like notoriously Stone Ocean. This makes me wonder how Steel Ball Run is going to be affected. I mean, it's got to have a decent run, because SBR is a rather long part. So unless they happen to settle down from making longer episodes, but at the cost of them being less, that would make sense. Still, we'll just have to wait and see what their game plan is. I'm hyped though. Steel Ball Run, I would say, is my third favorite part. of all of JoJo. Right after Bell Tendency and Phantom Blood. Controversial opinion, I know. They would put the first part as my second favorite, but I just like that early run of JoJo that much, when you could see more of the Hokuto no Ken and similar battle mangas of the time, influencing Araki style, both visually and structure-wise. Oh, I went all the way back like a dummy. That's not good. Well, the fact that these guys just keep magically reappearing the moment I disappear off screen. Actually, no, hold up. What we did is we ended up back here. Well, that's not good. In fact, that's pretty poopy. Oh well. At least I have this neat-looking stick to permakill my enemies. Speaking of rough-looking upcoming series, not to be too much of a doomer and a worrywart regarding Steel Baron, because I think it will turn out awesome. It's just how much of Netflix messing around is going to potentially negatively impact the pacing of the adaptation. But you guys saw news of that Muppet Show revival, right? And whose name happens to be attached as the producer? That's right. Seth frickin' Rogen, of all people. Like, why? Of all the people you could have picked to helm the project, bro, I would have picked Jeff Keighley over Seth Rogen with his recent fanboyism, because he would have at least made a more accurate, soulful adaptation for the modern day viewer. Seth Rogen is just gonna be like, yeah, haha, funny weed reference. But you know what? You know what? We now have the opportunity to make the meme real. You know what meme I'm referring to? I'll show you. Guys, if Seth Rogen actually does this, if he actually turns this image canon, all will be forgiven. I will actually clap my hands in approval. if Tekken is too scared to make this real, we now have an actual opportunity for this to become official Muppet canon. And you know what's the funny part about it? You could make a jab at what happened at the Game Awards. Yeah. You want to know the reason why Kermit became a podcast? That's right, because Jeff Keighley took his wife. This one bit that I just made up in my head is way funnier than whatever Seth Rogen is gonna come up with. And you know that to be true. I will peep at least one episode out of curiosity. Because at least chances are they'll get the original cast, or as much of it as possible, to voice the Muppets. But I don't have high hopes when it comes to the quality of the writing. We'll get back to you on that note. In the meantime, I have noticed that I'm getting a bit lost here. Now, we don't want to make the drop here, because that will put us back in the courtyard. Here, we can't really do anything with this, because we don't have the means to climb up there. So, if anything, I want to have a closer look back here. There seems to be more below here. Can I do anything with it? I don't believe so. What a strangely confusing area this is. Might be that I need to enter the spirit realm. Let's see if that changes anything. That looks about as same as in the realm of flesh. Same here, honestly. Got a lot of old school video game design where a good chunk of the gameplay was you walk around this one specific area for a few hours until eventually you figure out what the game plan here is. We've talked about this issue quite a bit, especially during any point and click I streamed. Because that kind of design philosophy extends beyond genres. Yeesh. Boy, I'm gonna be glad when we gain more mobility. So these kind of tricky jumps become less of an issue. Now, I personally have no nostalgia factor per se with the Soul Reaver duology, considering this is my first playthrough. But I'll bet you a good portion of the original audience that came back to revisit the remasters, when they got to struggle a little bit with some of the dated game design, they surely had a rude awakening and realized, you know, maybe I saw this game through rose-tinted glasses in some aspects. Hang on, let me try to get up from here. That should give me enough boost to comfortably land on that rooftop. Or maybe not, because, oh boy, that camera. Jenny may have forgotten how to get up there. Oh boy. Gotta say, this is a very rough start for tonight. Between this and the cryptic block puzzle that you kind of have to figure out on your own by assessing what buttons on the control scheme are responsible for flipping blocks, I would say this right here is a little more egregious, because technically it's all within my grasp, like I don't have to take any extra steps. But, oh, this is so sensitive. I can get around the flailing camera, more or less, because you do have R2 to autocorrect it, so not too big of a bit. But why did I slide over there? Give me a good reason. Watch this be the entirety of the stream tonight. Me trying to conquer the Citadel. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm having a game journalist moment. No, I do get it. They want you to be very methodical and pretty linear about how you're meant to traverse this area. Yeah, but my problem is actually making it consistently through. Now you gotta admit, that right there was BS. Shit. Oh, I get stuck on the ceiling of all things. Hang on, I might be overthinking this. No, I can't jump up to that platform. That's well beyond reach. Because if I wanna... That's where I started off. So just getting up here, that's going to be a little iffy. I'm gonna say you should be able to cross over that railing. Seems a little arbitrary that you have to go all the way around. Do apologize for the dreadful pacing, but again, really struggling with this part for some reason. It's so easy to miss that jump. I have a feeling that the more I dive into the late 90s, early 2000s 3D platform heavy action games like Tomb Raider or Shadow Man, I'm only gonna experience more of a rude awakening when it comes to this type of frustration. It already gets pretty bad when I experience dated first-person shooters and what kind of surprises the devs had in mind for you. For the life of me, I can't remember how I got up there. Am I actually gonna have to turn the VOD live on stream, go back and watch over the footage? No. What did come about the Christopher Nolan adaptation? I've already heard about some questionable casting decisions, and it did concern me as to how faithful of that is gonna be to the original tale of Homer. What's popped up just now? Oh, I see. See, that one's on me for being a Dumbo. I forgot that in the spirit realm, the layout of areas changes a little bit here and there, so you're not gonna get the same mileage out of trying to traverse the area you're in. Let me have a look at that tweet. What the hell? Is that AI generated? Oh god. That armor looks awful. Like, ugh. They couldn't even afford actual props? Yeah, I don't know about that, Chief. This really sucks. I mean, what's especially egregious about these kind of visuals is, these studios and directors can afford to pump millions into movie production. That's where it actually goes. But they feel like at this point in time, most of the budget goes into splitting between the crew and paying off the actors, while the actual set work and movie props suffer as a result. So they either use really cheap materials, as you could see in Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, the Amazon series, or over-reliance on CGI. And that just takes the soul away from what otherwise would be awesome scenery. So there's this little cove here, which I don't know what it does. And then we got this drop here. So that's our... That's our point to shift dimensions if we need to. Oh. Oh, hold up. All this is new. Can we climb up the spy pork? Sure can. So I got a pretty good hunch about it. Man, it's such a shame about Nolan in particular too, because I really loved Inception and Interstellar. Out of all of his filmography, I would say Inception is my favorite movie, followed by Interstellar and Oppenheimer. I really liked the pacing of Oppenheimer and how it went from setting it in actual time from the perspective of Professor Oppenheimer, and then mixing it with retrospection from how other people saw the character. I think that was a very good way of telling his tale from different POVs. I know a lot of people are gonna default to the Dark Knight trilogy as their answer, and fair enough. In my case, it's like, yeah, I thought they were fine, but I have that bias of being absolutely exhausted on superhero movies, so they are far, far behind the trio that I just mentioned. Oh, come now. We don't need to be this nitpicky. about our ascending platforms and any other climbable surface. Or maybe we do. There's definitely a solid foundation here and a good attempt, but yeah, you can tell they didn't quite have it figured out. Granted, we'll still play Soul Reaver 2, and we'll see if they worked upon this premise. And meowdy to you too, Golden. How are you doing on this fine weekend, my good sir? I'm gonna have to agree with you, Frosty, as antiquated and prehistoric by today's standards the first game is. I hold it in a special place in my heart. In fact, I'm actually going to present an interesting opinion to you. The first Blood Omen was definitely the last of its kind, like a symbol of game direction slowly being phased out on the rise of 3D. But if by any chance the series was to be revived in this day and age, I would actually say it had a fair chance at receiving a similar kind of perspective and visual art style, because 2D is just coming back to good graces. Only problem with that is, because of Embracer's meddling, whatever chance we had at a Soul Reaver or Legacy of Kain in general revival, pretty much you can forget about it. I'm still salty about the fact that apparently they shut down a Deus Ex game in the making. Man, when you think about it, Tomb Raider is actually the one IP which used to sit under Square from the Western Hemisphere that is still doing good. well than alive. Deus Ex, Blood Omen, left to rot in the vaults. Although, didn't Square used to publish Hitman as well? I think that's also still faring pretty decently. Ah, more blocks to move around. How endearing. First things first, we got a lot of pests to get rid of. And of course, the moment I get hit, my badass sword disappears into oblivion. I'd say it's an equivalent exchange given just how ridiculously strong it is. Ah, I see where this is going. We gotta complete the imagery by correctly aligning the blocks. So let me try and remember how you're supposed to flip these around, because if you recall, we did struggle with that a little bit on our previous Soul Reaver session. Ah, there we go. You gotta crouch and then press action. So first, let's make sure we got these set in place correctly. My man, I'm gonna perform ye old faithful threat that I've been applying ever since I first began my adventure with Gunsmoke, which is pick QJ and Tololo, single per attempt, and then borrow a Klukai from one of my teammates. And you just let her clear the screen on her own. Because I'm not high enough level to do the actual boss fight, so I just do the basic side mission. Eventually I will hit level 60. With enough time and dedication. See, the thing is, I don't want to rush into the level cap, because with platoon missions specifically, they scale with your level. So if I jump ahead of the curve and I don't have enough resources to level up my dolls, they're gonna be behind. It will actually struggle in completing the platoon stuff. So there's no point in me doing that until I can consistently have them level up with me. As in the commander level. Ah, damn. That's a shame. Well, on the bright side, Golden, I don't think you would have a particularly good time regardless, because, well, it's limited to South Asia at the moment, so you would have to use a VPN for one while playing, and secondly, that latency to Eastern servers would have probably been murder on your ping. Wait, which game are you thinking of? Is it the GFL mobile action game, or are we talking something else? Did my brain just made that up? Oh, right, fire control. Whoops. So, what's Fate Trigger? Oh, that one, yeah. I remember now. It looked okay from the screenshots I've seen. Of course, because that's the model to go through. Take an established format and slap the anime aesthetic on it. I'm not gonna lie though. Once an Anta drops, the anime-esque GTA, that they actually put out a trailer a couple months ago, I'm gonna have a look at that, because if anything, it's respectably ambitious. Frosty, it's free. I'm genuinely not paying a single penny besides investing my time for something I'm possibly gonna get bored after a single session and uninstall from my computer. It's definitely gonna be at least 100 gigs, you know, because if you're going for open world, the map alone is gonna take up a huge chunk of space. You know, just to mess with Frosty, I'm gonna stream Ananta, and by stream, I mean I'm going to install Vice City with a bunch of anime mods and pass that as Ananta on the Twitch tag. Yeah, it makes sense to Golden because they're pretty much the same game when you think about it, with some minor differences. So logically speaking, it makes perfect sense why you would do crossover content between Fate Trigger and GFL. Ooh, all right. I see that this requires a little bit of planning. As in, I have to align that part correctly. Oh wait, can I not move it back? Okay, so how do you reset this puzzle? Do I just gotta leave? Put 2 blocks behind it. Good thinking. Did actually realize that. Yeah, that makes sense because if I try to push it on top, it won't register as my character having a space to move on to. And that's why I appreciate you guys being here to backseat me, because otherwise I would have been stuck here for hours. Endless fun. So now that the Steam sale is underway, anything you guys plan on picking up? I was surprised to see a lot of decent looking deals that I might be tempted to scoop. In particular, Rido is definitely up there in terms of interest. Because, sure, it's already been 30% off. But, now that I might have a slight Christmas bonus of my paycheck, it does seem like a good opportunity to pick it up. Don't you just love how they specifically tell you to remove this space in order to access that not completely illegitimate link? Not suspicious at all. These bots are getting more and more sleazy. Alright, let's make sure we align the image properly before I flip it. Okay, so it has to be... that's for a different part. Okay, so it's this thing. What we're gonna do is... we're gonna flip it like so. And then push it to the edge. And up you go. Yay. Now we can take care of the easier ones. You guys are really annoying, you know that? Really didn't need these gangly creatures pushing me constantly as I'm trying to solve intricate block puzzles. I'm gonna be skipping on Robella. I did clear the trial for her just to get a feel for what's her gimmick, and it's a typical Sentinel class that depends heavily on having a freeze party built around her, so she can benefit from powering other units. And I only really have Swarmy right now, so there's no point in me investing in Robella. So I'm just gonna go with Klukai. Keep powering her for the duration of the custom banner. It's not that it's even difficult, but it's just unnecessary. Especially when these guys land cheap shots on me. Flipped around a little more. There we go. Back how it needs to be. I think. Oh no, wait, I'm confusing it with this one. Because this guy needs... this bit. Okay. That seems appropriate. Nice. And finally, let's correct this one. Okay, now we just need to turn it around. A little more. Well, that took a while, but with our combined brain cells, we have overcome the odds. Yeah, no, the previously inaccessible lever is within reach. Oh, believe me, Golden. That's not as bad as me struggling with trying to clear a jump in the main courtyard and only realizing after a while that I couldn't make the climb because I was in Spirit Realm, and that actually messed up with the layout of the area. Also, bear in mind, DSP, while being the comic relief of the internet, he has survived against much bigger streamers compared to him. I will give DSP credit in one aspect. Yes. He is a clown. He is a buffoon when it comes to playing video games. However, the main factor why he's been going for so long is because he stays out of drama. What's the most you've heard about him besides him cranking his hog on stream all those years back? And that still wasn't enough to his career to plummet. No shit, there's another instance besides the notorious Gasm? Oh my. Well, that just makes it even more hilarious in my eyes. Because he can get away with jerking the chicken live on air. And still have a loyal fan base. Oh, hey. New enemy type. Very easily taken care of. Dies instantly. Ooh, there's a lot more blocks over yonder. What's going on here? Okay, seems like you gotta... slot them in correctly. Ah, so some of them have specific patterns. Like say this one has an L-shaped pathway. Guys, it's that classic pipe minigame that you would spend hours on. You know the one I'm referring to. That came free with your Windows OS back in the day. You know, the fact that it's Asmongold of all people does not surprise me in the slightest. I think, and it's not gonna be a controversial opinion at all, that Asmongold, pretty disgusting fella, ever since that infamous clip of a roach climbing up his arm. Like he really needs to get his shit together and clean his place. But whenever I hear about him these days, it seems like he's trying to make a career off of being counterculture, so going against the mainstream grain. And I don't exactly mind that. Because what he says during those clips that are passed around is nothing revolutionary. But they're the kind of opinions that I feel like should be passed around more often. Oh, Golden. At that point, you basically have to vacate the property and just spray the whole house. When you have a roach infestation going on, it's difficult to get rid of those things. Because you gotta make sure you properly cover the whole house. Double check to make sure that there's no cavities where they could be rummaging through, because roaches will get into every crevice possible in your property. If there's like any gaps like in your piping that goes through the partition walls, they will find a way to sneak in through and move around. So you just gotta go all in. And one spray is probably not enough. You most likely have to follow it up to make sure that you sanitize it. Unfortunately, I can't imagine it because I've seen it with my own eyes on rental properties. And you know what's the worst part? Those are apartments that I've previously been to under different tenantship, and you would have never seen cockroaches there. It's because of the people who live there and the way they run down the properties by not cleaning, leaving filthy kitchens with oil covering cooking appliances and tiling, that bugs were able to infest the place in to begin with. And you know what's the crazy part? That's the first and only time I have seen cockroaches in my entire life. Besides when I was on vacation in the Philippines, where cockroaches are just part of the natural habitat Oh, and you get to see pretty large ones there. Ugh. Oh ho ho, Golden, my sweet summer child. You are pointing fingers at the wrong direction. I'm gonna say that much because it was a different subset of people. I'll say that much. I will say one thing. It was the usual suspects. You make the rest of the connection. Oh, actually, no. The one other time I did encounter cockroaches was actually last year during my stay in Portugal. One day, in the morning when I was about to leave my room, I'm sitting there on my phone, and suddenly I see something skedaddle close to my legs. And would you know, it was a small roach. So I killed that bugger immediately and go straight to the reception to tell them, hey, you guys have a problem here, and you need to do something about that real quick. And the receptionist intervened immediately. He was like, I'm sorry about that, I'm gonna give you a replacement room as soon as possible, and lock that one up until we get an exterminator. Ending my career speed run. Hang on, so we got this one here, which is an L shape. That's also an L shape. And this one too. Okay. Kinda weird. Doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Maybe I need to place them around differently then. Let's have a look. How many of them do we have here? 4, 5, 6. So just about enough to fill the spaces. I mean, from what I'm seeing here, it would seem like I need one L and one straight length per part. Except here. Unless they happen to change when you flip them around. That might be the case, actually. Can these guys spawn every 5 seconds? This is just aggravating at this point. Great, and now I need to fill up my gauge before I'm able to return here. I still need to catch up with season 3 of Smiling Friends. Is it still ongoing, or did they air the final episode yet? Oh, okay, so I can just binge watch it at this point. How did you feel about the latest season? I've seen it up to the midpoint, and I gotta say, besides the Mr. Frog episode, it was pretty solid. Yeah, that one just didn't do much for me. That's the issue. Hang on. Then like this, and that should not quite. Oh yeah, here we go. So then we need this block. Move it in here. Oh, it already seals in place, which means we got it right. Maybe I need to form a bend here, now that I think about it. From two L shapes. What kind of pattern we got here? Way through. Okay. So that's definitely gonna be a straight run. Yeah, because then we twist this around like a U-turn. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Just the way we need. Now we have to do the mirrored switcheroo. It's like alley-oop, and then like this, I believe. Yep. The fact that only one of those force fields broke is a little concerning, because that means I'm gonna have to solve like 3 more puzzles, potentially, just to get all of them accessible. We'll see. Let's get a move on. Don't know if any of you guys follow the amazing digital circus over here, but episode 7 dropped a couple of days ago, and seems like they're gonna be finishing that project within the next 2. No idea how they're gonna top it all off, because that seems like quite the endeavor. But we'll see what's the grand payoff. A pikey? What's that? Can't say that term rings a bell. Something tells me I'm gonna have to ring all these. Possibly in a particular sequence. Or I just do that immediately in the glass shatters. Huh. How about that? So interestingly, I haven't encountered them personally, but I have heard stories about people dealing with Irish travelers. Because what they'll often do is set up their encampments like gypsies across the UK. And they like to pick spots which are technically unoccupied, but they still belong to someone, like their actual private property. And it gets pretty complicated in terms of evicting them. Nice trial, pal. I'm not falling for that one. Maybe if you get me as a guest on the same Hyde show, I'll be a little more vocal and open about social happenings in the UK. But until then, Until then, we're choosing the diplomatic route. Exactly. Everyone knows Twitch is just to regurgitate mainstream, acceptable opinions certified by social media and whatever is currently the trend. Anything that goes against the grain, oh, that's a big no-no, my good sir. Also, I don't know if I would call myself a fan per se, but I do like the animation style. If anything, I think Digital Circus is a well animated and colorful project. It's pleasant to look at. Well, that's easy to miss. It was around here, wasn't it? Went back in place. How far have you gone into Blood Meridian now? Because you did say you started your reading of it not long ago. I assume with the power art you had the opportunity to get a little more into it. Alright, well, this falls in place very quickly, so... Oh, wait, I think I know what's the gimmick here. So... we move it. And then... Spirit Realm, because time freezes. But then we have this door, which you still have to go through. Can't really do that while we're in spirit form. Pa- 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 pa. There's gotta be a way around this. Yes, in particular Golden, you learn that lesson early on when starting out as a private contractor, and that is never to put too much trust into people. Always make sure you make the pricing clear from the get-go, and if possible, when going for a job that you know is gonna cost more, the couple of hundred, always go for like a prepayment of sorts. The worst culprit in these kind of situations isn't necessarily the entirety of the job per se, but whenever people try and go outside of the scope of the original quotation, so they will add extras on top, but then they will try to have you do those extras, and they try and pretend that was part of your original pricing. So again, gotta be careful when it comes to doing extra labor. Always make sure you amend your pricing accordingly. So that was for this part specifically. Nowadays, surge protection is usually installed inside of the consumer unit from the get-go to make sure that every single circuit in the household has SPDs, so you don't have to plug them into socket outlets if you want your appliances protected against short circuits coming from like lightning strikes and whatnot. This is gonna be obviously based on UK pricing, but like a straightforward SPD, from what I'm seeing here, is £40 in my local wholesaler, so that's gonna be like a little above $50. Then you add the price of installation, and you're probably gonna pay like, well, that depends on the rate the electrician is gonna charge, of course, but I don't think you're gonna pay more than 100, to be honest. That's just for, you know, installing an SPD in your house. It all depends, of course, on what kind of fuse board you have at the moment, honestly, because if it's already jam-packed and you don't have any spare ways, it might warrant upgrading your unit. So there's nuances to that. This is assuming that it's a fairly straightforward job. Just ending an SPD. Without any kind of potential required upgrades. Because a lot of the times when that gets brought up, I already have to take into consideration just changing the entire unit, because it's either old already by British standards, or again, it's just too small to accommodate any extra units inside of it. Here's an idea. We crank this lever, and I think I have to go around to access that hidden wall. So that I drop down here and proceed to, I imagine, a shortcut. Yep. Yep, that's exactly it. So let us proceed. The nice thing about SPDs in particular is that nowadays, whenever you make a whole fuse box swap, those usually just come as part of a package. So your new unit is already pre-made with the capability of inserting one without the expenditure of any extra ways for individual breakers. That being said, you do have to make sure you have enough room in your cupboard or whatever the old fuse box is located to put a larger model if needed. Oh shoot, this is blocked off in Spirit Realm. Oh, there's actually more nuances to this bit than I gave it credit for. Well, that potentially makes things easier. Here, 9 out of 10 times, the dedicated storage space is under the stairs. Because that's where usually people jam in the fuse box, the gas meter, every single main important access point for the household. And oh boy, whenever you have to move things around, it becomes tricky. I'm gonna be honest, this seems way too little time for me to make my way even down here. And then swap into the Shadow Realm. Mind you, this is my default speed. I can't even go any faster. And this glass we can't really shatter at the moment. Okay, we don't need to go back here. We've done that puzzle. Yeah, I think the trick here is just I have to make my way through here and into that hidden passageway. Actually, have I been down here? I don't recognize these cultist guys with the double daggers. Oh yeah, this is different. I haven't been here. Huh. If you look at that. In that case, let's engage in more blood puzzles. Now, I'm not entirely certain about this. However, I believe the moment I jam these guys and leave their bodies intact, more of them won't spawn in. Again, I'm not entirely sure about that, but we'll see soon enough. Oh, this is a fun one. Okay, let's see what we need to do here. I was wondering how we were supposed to knock them down. It's actually very shrimple. Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. So, gentlemen, after several months, my journey with Divinity Original Sin 2 has finally come to a conclusion. I have wrapped it up. Haven't done absolutely everything in game. I'm quite sure I missed a decent chunk of content, especially from optional quests and different approaches you could take to certain side gigs. but for what it's worth, I think I got my mileage out of the game. I will say my opinion on this being an immediate improvement over the first game hasn't changed. I feel like the managed to flesh out the system much better compared to the original. I do like the fact that they added physical and magical armor as a means of adding more flavor to the combat, meaning different builds means different strengths and weaknesses, so it kind of complements each other. Also, way more fun ways to break the game, because you can tell this was made by people who played old school Western RPGs, and they knew how busted they could be, so they just went, how about we make a game where if you go out of your way, there's a lot of neat ways to exploit the in-game mechanics and trivialize combat encounters. But without that, the game is quite challenging on its own. To a certain degree, I would say a little obnoxious. I did notice, especially late in game, that a lot of encounters boil down to round 1, the enemy gets immediate priority over you. If you come across one guy, he immediately spawns in a bunch of followers that will mean that you're at a disadvantage numbers-wise. But also, they get the first round for themselves. And what that tends to entail all of the time is they'll break through your defenses and possibly inflict some pretty bad status effects upon your party, meaning that you are in quite the predicament. Now, what that usually entails is that you will have to do a lot of prep work beforehand, so more of the trickier fights you won't be able to clear in the first attempt. So it's all about careful positioning, looking at the room layout to begin with, how you can possibly distribute your party members, and that's fine in my opinion, but the most fun encounters in my book were the fights where, yes, it's a long, winded, and difficult fight. However, the challenge comes not from the fact that you get immediately overwhelmed from the beginning, but rather you have to carefully pace it and make sure you don't leave the enemy with too many openings. There's like a really fun endgame drag in that regard, where he does spawn in helpers during the fight. Starts off with like 2 assists, and if you let him, he can summon more mooks, but you get like a little indicator that, hey, more enemies might appear, and you do get the chance to prevent them from appearing by clearing up the portals they come in through. So that's nice. Story-wise, see, here's the tricky part with Divinity as a whole. the narrative has been retconned a couple of times, especially since OS came about, because that's where they did a lot of like retroactive touch-ups for the overarching lore. I resonated with Original Sin 2 story more than with the first one. Mostly because I like the side stories a lot, especially for your party members. I feel like that's where the game particularly shines. All those smaller tales, which, yeah, they have an overarching element with the main plotline. But they're more there to flesh out the characters. That's where I really tuned in. I feel like the main plot kinda fumbles by the end. And it's the way they try to tie it together. All the smaller points that are supposed to tie it all together. Let me get into spoiler territory here. In the OS duology, they wrote in a character called Brachus Rex. He's supposed to be this main overarching bad guy who's kind of a Gary Stu situation where he did influence the world in such a capacity where it has long-lasting consequences. But here's the thing. They actually made him appear as an Act 1 boss in the first game. Which, fine, I guess. I'm not sure why he appears so early on if he's supposed to be like this super powerful bad dude that you fight so early on. I suppose it's acceptable, especially if he's supposed to be a gatekeeper for the difficulty spike in the game. Sure, I can let that slide, but they also make him appear by the end of OS2. Not as a surprise cameo in the final encounter. No, that's kind of hinted at in the final chapter, especially if you read through some journals and diaries left throughout the game. But I feel it was still pretty corny to put him in. If you didn't include him, the game wouldn't really lose anything out of it. Because otherwise, him being there with two other of the plot important characters is just like, yeah, it's really just shoving Brachus Rex in your face at this point and making me, hey, he's just that much of a pivotal figure in Divinity history. We have to put him here somehow. I'm just here rolling my eyes. No, it's kind of redundant and ham-fisted. But those minor gripes aside, I would say I did enjoy the game. And gets a thumbs up from me. So, if you feel like playing a more modern take on the classic formula with some creative liberties, I think Larian did it right. Especially since they do like to get creative with the way you tackle fights and moving around to in-game locations, hiding around little secret areas and Easter eggs that you do have to get a little inventive when it comes to accessing. Yo, what's up, No Third Impact? How you doing, buddy? I'm just here struggling with the cathedral area. Because it is a little more intricate than what we've encountered up to this point. Oh, bless you, my man. It's that season. My old man has been down with the flu. Hopefully, I will be spared any kind of seasonal illness because, especially before Christmas, even though I only have 2 days of work left before I'm off on the 24th till the 26th included, I really don't need to be under the weather. Oh no, sir. Let's see. I've been here, been there. So we can safely tick off those 2 rooms. We need passageway here for sure. And then that loops around to here, and you can fall down if you need to. What I would like to know is if me completing that puzzle did anything else besides breaking the second dome. That will definitely have to shatter from someplace else. Like there's gotta be a bell someplace else that does that. See a door over there. Did I miss one by chance while walking around here? That might be from a different compartment. I hope it was a good funeral service and it helped ease the pain for you guys. Once again, my condolences, and God rest your grandpa's soul. Rest assured, he is in a better place right now. So let me check my Discord notification, because I have like 6 right now, so chances are at least someone has pinged me once. Oh, one of them is a new free EGS game, which is Blood West. Except I think I already own that on Steam. I might have picked it up from a previous bundle. I'm definitely gonna scoop it up regardless. What's this you tagged me with, Frosty Man? So Quinteki the chance to exploit drama on Larian Studios. Oh, very, very timely. I was actually gonna get to that. Speaking of Divinity. So, in case you're not in the know, Sven Vick, the head of Larian, admitted that they're using AI to shoot around character concept ideas for the next game. The end game for that being, they want computer generated concept art, but then they would let human artists take from that and draw the final product. So no AI assets in the final game, supposedly. Yeah. Now the thing about that is, allegedly, it's not a surprise anymore, and that's the industry standard we're going with these days.
Oh, Anna, that's your froggy ass.
I am going to commit suicide.
By the way, this was me when I saw the Muppet Show revival announcement. And I saw Seth Rogen's name helming it, so thank you, No Further Impact, for redeeming that. So yeah, anyway, even Expedition 33, supposedly, had some AI usage behind it, which is just now coming to light. And people are having a very heated debate online on the morality of it, because, you know, whenever AI is brought into the limelight these days, and its usage in video game development in particular, that's a very heated debacle. So Larian is getting the worst of the brunt, and the PR team is supposedly going to make an announcement after the holiday season with a more in-depth explanation on how they're gonna implement generative AI to help in creating the new game. But like No Further Impact said, this is a very touchy subject, so they blew out a lot of their goodwill overnight. If they didn't out themselves, like what the Claire Obscure team did, I think they might have gotten away with it. But yeah, what's this article? Because I didn't go for the detail of it. So Quinn taking a chance to exploit drama around Lance Studios' recent comments with AI to try to get revenge for them not hiring her for a writing job. If that's the case, then well, tough luck on her. Probably shouldn't have opened the Gamergate floodgates to begin with. Well deserved. Placeholder object that was found, which they fixed. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think I already brought this up during a Morrowind stream when I was talking about using AI as an artist to throw around ideas and let the algorithm spew something out first that might give you inspiration, which then you draw yourself. I don't have a problem with it. If you're able to come out with ideas on your own, like your mind is that sharp, you have that kind of potential, good on you. But I'm not gonna undermine the potential to use this kind of technology as reference material. Like, as long as the final product is made with human hands and there's no AI assets in the complete game, I don't have an issue with it. That's my standpoint. So if that's going to be the case with Larian's new Divinity, I don't care. That's my hot gamer take on this whole conversation. We're still in a predicament surrounding our course of action here. Because I don't have an easy way of looping around there. And again, if I operate this machinery, I don't have enough time to run here in time, even if I were to switch to the Spirit Realm. So we might have to go around this situation in a different manner. Maybe I just need to ring both bells now? Seems a little far-fetched, but... don't know until we try. No? In that case, let me drop down here and see if there's anything else I can do. I don't think so, because this was all to set up this mechanism in the first place. We've already been here and done all this. Yeah, that's sorted. And then we've been through here as well. Not even gonna bother with you lot. Just a waste of time. I don't think I'll be doing anything Christmas themed this year as far as streaming goes. I'll likely just try and use the extra opportunities to go live over the holiday season to finish Elder Scrolls 3. Because consider it a personal goal that would like the playthrough done before 2026 rolls out. Not to mention, spoiler for a new upcoming series, but me and the Frosty Man, we both scooped the Lords of the Fallen remake. That's right, fellas, bro-ups are back on the menu. And that's even without taking into consideration that we have not touched the Remnant sequel yet. That being said, we have options. Not gonna lie though. If you don't mind, Frosty, I'm totally down to going with Lords of the Fallen first, because I'm kinda itching for a Souls-like. How's this part different when I'm here? I don't believe I've seen that. Can I jump on top of the spell to gain more ground? Keep conveniently jumping over it. There's one more this way. Again, just reach. Oh, they're still here in place. I'm gonna go back to the mortal dimension. Sadly, I can't climb up there, so no idea what they entice. So it does seem like I'm missing something here. Seem to be on the right track, but just don't know how to go about this one sequence. Yeah, notice I only get a few seconds at my disposal before this reverts back into its original position. Kinda stuck here, to be honest. Now, would I in that case have to break that glass to be able to go around here and mosey on into this hallway? I mean, that looks to be the one logical solution, except what do I do next? I might have to backtrack a little bit. Just look around different parts of the castle. Which is not ideal, but well. Have I been up there? Can you even get to that bit? No, that's off limits. Seems a little counterintuitive, but it's not like I have any other ideas for the moment. Something changed down here? Honestly, not really. And now to spend another half an hour here with the very frustrating platforming. Slightly changed the layout, but not in a very impactful way. Where I just need to do something here. Well, so we established that more than likely I do have business up here that I need to wrap up. It's just a matter of finding the correct way about it. And so, we return to where we last left off. This part right here. Proving to be the bane of my existence. At this point I just have to check if there's any extra paths that I may have missed. while exploring these rooms, but I doubt it. I know that I missed this room prior, and then when I did the sequence, that seems to have unlocked part of a greater puzzle. But even with that done, I'm still stumped over what to do next. I'm out here looking at any kind of subtle changes to the environment. It might potentially lead me the correct way. I'm just getting nothing here. See, that one's breakable, but it's well beyond reach. It's certainly going to be a success if I'm just able to get through the Citadel tonight at this rate. That's proven to be with the adventure. How do you even get here? Is what I'm interested in. See, the thing that bothers me is you use the bell here to break this glass, so clearly it's here for something. And you think, yeah, that's how you solve this puzzle, right? But no. In the Shadow Realm, you get a solid surface here blocking your way, and that's what's confusing me. Then what's the point of even smashing that in the first place? Just to make a shortcut? Oh, no worries, my guy. You haven't really missed anything. Just more confusion. Well, I have only 2 accessible at the moment. So far it seems like, well, based on my assumptions, the ones that you knock close to glass let you go through. This one broke this part. I'm assuming you're referring to this switch, but here's the problem. This only stays active for a very short time. And I'm guessing I have to go to the Shadow Realm to stop time to get there, but the moment I do that, there's a wall here. And I can't pass through this door. So I'm kind of stumped as to how to go about it. Because they think, oh, you just drop here and go around. Well, not really. Yep, see, I can barely just go away before this reverts in place. That's not enough time in the slightest to do anything. Logically, I would have to come down from there. It's just a question of how do we set this up? The only thing that changes is the solid surface appears where the glass was. Other than that, we got nothing. Nothing, nada. For a moment, it appeared like the screen was shaking as if something happened. I guess not. I'm this close to giving up and just looking this up because I'm generally stuck. One last thing. Then we're gonna try. Yeah, you can't really interact with these in the spirit realm either. Not that it would help, because if I wanted to ring both at the same time, I just wouldn't be able to get there. Because again, same problem as just getting here from the crank. Alright, well, I gave it an earnest attempt, so let's see what's the solution here. So, Reaver, Citadel. This looks to be a different place entirely. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, let me see. Do this in order. Okay, cathedral. Second block puzzle, we did that. Alright, I think I came across this part. On your way back up the ramp, look off to the left, and there's a block with a sign that blocks a narrow alcove. This is your next destination. You have to open it first, though. Go back to the top of the ramp and open the door to the left. Move to the top of the corridor and find the crank handle above the block along the wall pipe to the right. So this is where it is. This crank handle will move the block back in the lower narrow corridor, right? Only stay moved for a short amount of time, however. What you need to do is activate the crank handle and then quickly switch to the spectral lamp afterwards. This will lock the block below in place. Since you can't open the doors in the spectral lamp, you have to jump through the large doorway up ahead, where the two bells glass used to be. Go down the narrow alcove with the block. Oh, where is that? What are we referring to here? I may have missed an extra step then. Because, oh, in this case, this glass shouldn't be in place. Okay, how do I get rid of it then? Um... Okay, let's see. Okay, I see what's going on. We kinda I kinda had an idea for it, but it's not intuitive. So the idea is... This gives us an echo. You have to smack the other bell while this echo still resonates. And then that glass will shatter. Yeah, like here I might have not made it in time. I wonder if you can help yourself in the spirit realm while this is happening. No. You actually gotta do it real quick then. Oof, that's gonna be rough. Not very well telegraphed, this puzzle. Very easy to get confused and stuck like me. Not to mention the super tight on the timing. I rushed down there and still it feels like I'm off a couple of seconds. Finally. You wanna know the messed up part? I was doing it in my assumption correctly all the time, because as you descend down here, the echo fades away. So you have no idea whether you're doing this correctly or not until this cutscene plays. That's a thumb down for me. If the echo carried all the way through down there, sure. Like with enough trial and error, this would have been more intuitive, but the way it is, This is very misleading. And thus a major headache becomes trivial. Well, we finally got that out of the way. Let's actually investigate this place. New puzzle chamber? Possibly. Oh, come on. In the middle of a finisher? Take it with me, just in case. Oh, hey. The Dorito of extra lives. Well, can't face for that, so we're gonna have to share it. Come here. Let me absorb your being. Well, nothing on the ordinary here. More block alignment. Is it all the same shape? Not really, but in many cases. At least two instances, it does repeat itself. It's not even a question of, do we need all of them? Just need to align the ones that I have. What about these two ones? Okay. I guess we're doing this again. See where this fits. Ah. That brings the missing ones. Fair enough. Well, granted, this would have been a logistic nightmare if I had to push around. 8 blocks is such a confined space. It's already pretty cramped here as is. Okay. So we'll have to flip around and move over there. And finally this one. No. Don't push it. You need to flip it. Exciting gameplay. But hey, we get a good reward out of it. I shall accept the health upgrade graciously. was even part of the main puzzle, purely optional. I'm sure you agree that well worth it. Oh. I see, so this is not gonna be an issue anymore. Well, spiders do like setting up their nests up high, so it doesn't surprise me that we see these freaks and their victims spread across these towering spires. Yo! Check out this guy. Now he is properly geared up for some vampire hunting. Or rather, burning. You wanna get over here, pal, so our friend can incinerate you to Kingdom Come? Oh, he knows. Oh, he knows not to mess with this absolute Giga Chad. And we got even more friends up here. Doesn't look like I can do anything here. Unless... Turned into a pretty self-contained area into a sprawling maze. Oh, hey. Here's the devices we've been unlocking. Two of them still remain to be unlocked. That's gonna operate the vent, I take it. I take it the remaining two Can be broken through here somehow. Oh, what happened with the camera? Why did it flip out like that? Still doing it. Putting me at a Resident Evil-esque fixed angle. Which I'm not gonna lie, not cool when I have to fight dudes along the way. Okay. Are we turning on a giant organ of some sort? Yeah, I actually had to look up the solution to that puzzle. And you were on the correct mindset with hitting the bells, but the way it's structured isn't too obvious. Ooh, Onimusha 2, the remake? Remember playing through the Remastered a while back. It was pretty neat. I gotta say, as someone who never experienced Onimusha upon playing the first one, I didn't expect it to be Samurai Resident Evil, but you know what? It was fun and interesting in a way. Okay, one more remains. Is it attached to the same puzzle, except you gotta do a different combo? Something about tuning the same melody on both sides. I feel like I cracked the first one by pure accident. Well, good thing you can just kill these guys conventionally. Have you already picked up Killer's Dead? It's a fun, relatively short game. I think you'll have a blast with it. Well, now we just gotta unlock that one. I would say after Killer 7, that's my second favorite Suda game. And then again, I haven't really experienced No More Heroes yet, so I can't use that as a basis to judge. Maybe you should play Killer's Dead one of these days. It's been forever since my initial playthrough. I suspect I have to play different melody for each of those domes. Because otherwise we don't really have much going for this area here. Well, here's still a little more running back and forth. let's see if we can play a different tune. And unlock the final MacGuffin. It was like all three open on that side, and then I opened these two. So maybe I have to do something similar right here to trigger a reaction. Yep. That is exactly it. Fortunately, as simple as mirroring the pattern. As soon as I activate this air vent, I'm gonna save the game, because I've really done that since I started the stream. And last thing we need is a happy little accident where, oh, I don't know, the game crashes, and then I am royally screwed. Maybe after the boss. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This area has been pretty taxing. So, yeah, I might wrap it up after we're done. Oh. Oh, we're not out of the woods yet. Oh wait, this is gonna need a high jump. Well, it should work, theoretically. Just need to grapple on. The age-old argument of, well, why didn't the villains during Sailor Moon just attack the girls when they were transforming to their Senshi form? Because they're just that polite, is the answer. No matter how you look at it, it's still pretty silly regardless. But yeah, a popular answer I saw floating about is that their enemies are just stunned during the transformation scene because they're like blinded by it or something, or it really just freezes time. So what we see actually takes place a couple of seconds real time. It's the whole done minute while they're dressing up in their fancy uniforms. Oh look, you know, another bell. Over yonder. This one calls upon enemies. Once that you really feel a need to fight. Say, this is slowly starting to turn into that part past Blighttown in Dark Souls when you're about to fight Quelaag. And what kind of themed boss we're gonna have to top off this experience? Yeah, I do wonder about that. I'm sure the game is gonna have some kind of mod support. It's pretty much the case for the majority of gaming these days. The more easy to alter the game engine is, the greater community support. Oh, for the love of... Now, please let me move this block in peace so I can activate the switch. Which apparently releases steam. Oh man, this just keeps on going, doesn't it? Holy cow. I'm gonna incapacitate these two bastards because at least that's gonna likely keep the other spawns out of my way. And we would like that very much while I'm trying to unlock progress. Contrary to what I thought, you're not supposed to go down that pipe. But you can slide down this one. Back the way you came. Oh, there we go. That should now take me places, hopefully. Wait, do I have to, like, jump from the top into it? No? What's the trick here, then? Oh, maybe we gotta connect it. Yeah, I just saw the prompt. My bad. Plop. Right, that's up higher? Or a different room? I feel like it's asking me to backtrack. I don't know about it, seems unfamiliar. Chances are activated if they boost someplace else they just didn't see on the map initially. Although, wait a minute. Leave me alone, damn it. Come on, get up there, Raziel. Please. Let's not waste any more time on fighting these endless hordes over and over. Yep. It was back here. Up we go. Why is it not giving me a boost upwards? Okay, I'm kind of just floating in place, but why am I not ascending up? Time is frozen, there's no steam. we need to close this off now? Ah! Please put me up here and get me the heck out of here. Why am I just floating? Why is it not actually like boosting me significantly? I assume the whole point of doing this was that so I could leap through that massive pipe above us. Unless there is more I have to do? Yep, there's like a pipe here I have to adjust. Will that be everything? Well, only one way to find out. Fighting against the awkward platforming is one thing, but when you have a ton of enemies chasing you constantly, that's a whole different level of pure nerve-wracking. And apparently that's still not enough because there's a pipe here somewhere still. They need to fix up. Could it be that one? Yep.
Before anything, the Asian girl in that donut shop was sexy as fuck. Right? Something about an older Asian. I would have fucked the daylights out of that Chinese lady. If I could fuck that Chinese lady, my life would be fucked. Fucking that Chinese lady is something. I can't fuck that Chinese woman. I almost fucked that Chinese lady on the. Yes, I would fuck that Chinese woman. Sexy Chinese woman usually. Fuck that Chinese bitch, man. I'm quitting TikTok because that Chinese bitch broke. That Chinese slut will never see my business. Chinese bitch have stolen my heart and shit. That Chinese whore used to make me a nice bird. That Chinese bitch doesn't. Chinese women are getting sexier. I used to always wear. I basically fucked that Chinese lady. This Chinese bitch is trying to seduce. Chinese women apparently give the best intercourse. I want to fuck that Chinese lady at that donut. Chinese bitches around the world. We know that. That Chinese bitch wants to fuck me. It's official. That sexy Chinese bitch wants me to fuck her with the donuts. I want to fuck that Chinese bitch, but this bitch forgot one of the donuts. Sexy Chinese bitches give good donuts, but sexy Mexican. I wouldn't fuck that Chinese bitch if fucking that Chinese bitch cured cancer. Chinese sluts have played with my emotions far too many. I would fuck the older Chinese lady because she's sexy, right? She gives off some sort of sexy. Me wanting to fuck that Chinese lady is the only reason I'm off myself, right? These are not from her. Fucking that Chinese donut lady is the only thing I really desire in life, right? Nothing. I really want to fuck that Chinese lady. I would fuck the ethnicity out of that Chinese lady, right? I want to fuck the Chinese lady and give her. I want to fuck the Chinese lady and elope with her in Las Vegas. I'd let the Chinese lady molest me if I was not.
So there's layers. new lore has been uncovered regarding the Donut Man and the Chinese lady. So apparently she moved to a different part of town, to a different shop. The guy uploaded a clip stating he's heartbroken because he would have to travel miles just to see her. But he then uploaded yet another update where he actually went to the new location. And humanity has been restored. Well, no, because here's where the plot thickens. Apparently, she's already married. So, the game was rigged from the start.
No!
Oh, that's your froggy ass.
I am going to commit suicide!
Bruh, I be trying to tell niggas we live in a video game world, but half these niggas ain't even real people, bro.
Listen, I believe in that man. Obviously, I'm not endorsing breaking up what I assume is to be a happy, healthy relationship, but if she ever turns single for whatever circumstances, he still has a chance. If there is a demand for it, I could add one. I did enjoy that meme in its heyday. Such a clever and ridiculous way of putting advertisements in. You would appreciate it? Well, consider it. Written down. And maybe, just maybe, it will be added. I imagine this is what a plumber's nightmare feels like. Traversing through a surreal maze. And desperately trying to find where the leaking gas is. Wait, my health bar is full, so why can't I revert? Oh, there we are. Should to be at the exact correct spot. Pretty sure I fixed the system here where I need it, so chances are there's yet another bit right by the beginning that I have to knock back in place. So seemingly done. We went from a pretty decent beginning into what I would consider to be absolute torture at this point. There's, for one, no need for this part to be so long and multi-layered. And design-wise, throwing a bunch of enemies that keep respawning every couple of seconds as I'm trying to get through a puzzle that requires my full attention, that's stinky. It's just not very fun. Is there a thing up here where I can revert back to mortal form and check? Yes. Just gotta refill my gauge. Right into enemies. Classic. The fact that they're camping right there. Dastardly decision. I'm generally trying to just climb up here, have a good look, but oh, the camera is not helping. It's flailing around like a mad lad. Oh, wait. Can't believe I just walked by this, but to be honest, kind of blended in with the environment. Well, I think that should do it. Also, thank you for that interesting bit of backstory, tour guide. That definitely does put into perspective why they chose to do what they chose to do. I did read a bit on Soul Reaver in preparation for this playthrough, and from what I read, they actually did have to cut a lot of content around from a release window perspective, and some of that stuff eventually made its way into the sequel, but I know for a fact that they wanted to do a more extensive glyph system, but they just didn't have, for the time, no resources to get to it. So even though we did get a finished game, this is still not quite what they envisioned originally. I try to be a little understanding when it comes to talking about older games, especially from the perspective of someone who grew up in this era. So this was the kind of entertainment I will be exposed to as a child or a young teenager. And yeah, a lot of this boils down to early game development and studios trying to figure out, especially early 3D and how to implement it. So I try not to be too harsh concerning how far we've gone, but there are some aspects that are just so clearly padded out for the sake of extending game time to a point where, yeah, there's only so much forgiveness I have in my heart. Hot damn. Well, if you don't mind asking, how old are you? "51. Well, I tip my hat to you, good sir, because you are 12 years ahead of me in the curve that is life. Well, that's nice to hear. God bless you too, and 26 more years and further beyond. Well, lads, I think we're finally getting to the boss because we got our checkpoint. So let's brace ourselves and see what we are up against here. Shame I can't pick up the flamethrower. That would certainly come in handy. You know, that is positively freaky, and big fan of this alien xenomorph matron looking entity. Also, I like how this is just Tony J with a different pitch.
An appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore. His precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home. Indeed, my body. A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
A crevice in which to cower, only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite. Step forward, morsel.
Alrighty, let's see what kind of gimmick we have. Something possibly climbing up. First, let's have a look around. Can he reach me from over there? Oh, alright. I appreciate the potential Giger influences that I'm seeing from this alien fleshy imagery. Potentially I might have to bait him to do any attack and then punishing. Oh. Okay, that seems to have gotten a reaction. Let's see, smack the claw and he brings about an egg. Oh. Well. That was to be expected. Alright. We'll have all the time to get a pattern down. Maybe once he tries to do the bite, we just throw this thing at him. that didn't work. I threw it against the claw, but did nothing. Several years back I have played the original Blood Omen, and it is easily one of the best video games I've played, period, just for the storytelling alone. Which is why I'm glad I'm seeing this much intricate world building from the first game carrying on into Soul Reaver's story. Kind of ashamed that it's being held back by some archaic video game design, but well, you can't knock them all in the park. Oh, that one just broke off entirely. Huh. So maybe the key is just destroying the claws completely? No, Buster. Not sending me back to the underworld. Didn't have been getting an achievement for it. I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to damage this fella. Something got something to do with the eggs. These eventually blow up on their own. So like explosives. Wouldn't mind one, to be honest. I think it might be missing an attack opportunity. We just gotta time the throw during an attack of his. Seems to be pretty tricky. Oh, look how scummy those textures look in low res. I gotta say though, he looks pretty neat in his original appearance. It's like I'm looking at the old school Diablo boss. Thank you. It clicked with me the moment I saw the flamethrower propping up. Must be feeling pretty silly. Locked up over there. Unable to do a single thing. Okay, what kind of cool ability do we get from overcoming Nick's brother?
Apostate soul has bestowed on you a new gift. Like his vampire spawn, you're able to scale certain walls which are
I knew
otherwise
it.
impassable, but only in the physical realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
Well, regardless.
In the mountains beyond the pillars, Nosgoth's cataclysms have exposed an ancient crime. Endowed with Zephon's soul, you may now progress where your path was hitherto impeded.
In other words, find a climbable surface and move on to the next area. Of which we've seen a few. So likely I'm gonna have to backtrack and on top of getting some collectibles, just look for the next logical way to proceed. With that being said, though, I think I'm good for now, frankly. It's been a chore, not gonna lie, getting through Zephron's lair. An ambitious attempt on the studio's part, however, this does show some critical errors with the level/game design, and how time hasn't been particularly generous in preserving its well, growing up, I doubt this was fun for a lot of people, but, well, didn't know any better. This was the one game you had for a couple of years before moving on to the next. I feel for you, man. There have been several video games I've played as a Wii lad that I just wasn't able to progress because I either wasn't smart or persistent enough. Three-dimensional Metroidvania, but it didn't really work. I appreciate the effort. There are definitely part about this that I respect. And there are things to love here, like the audio-visual design, the narrative. It's just... the package is nice, but what's inside... Okay, let's make a seasonal comparison. Let's say that this is the Christmas gift you got under your Christmas tree. And you look at it, the packaging, supreme. Wrapping lovely. Smells nice of that holiday tree. It's been sitting under for the past day, waiting to be unboxed. But then you actually take off the wrapper, open it, and it's not quite cold, but let's just say instead of the video game you wanted, you got a pair of socks. So, yeah, that's pretty much how I feel after this part of the game. Oh wow, where did these emos get so gigantic? Holy smokes. Whenever you post one of these, I actually have to scroll for the chat just to be able to keep up. You want to know the crazy part? They actually look normal in Twitch, but whenever I look at OBS, they grow humongous. I'm not even kidding. But thank you for the follow, tall guy. Appreciate you guys joining in. I'm sitting here enjoying the torture I went through. Well, okay, it wasn't torture. It was just mildly annoying to get through this bit, but we'll persevere. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. There are still things I really like about Soul Reaver, and again, just for the narrative weaving alone, I am gonna go through this. So I hope that all of you will be there to continue on with me on this journey. And in the meantime, I will see you guys for Oblivion. Not Oblivion, Morrowind. I just still got Oblivion in mind because it's such a great game. So I think I'll be on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I'll probably try to get on the 24th, so I can just chill through 25th, 26th, and then come back next Saturday. So we're gonna get Morrowind double whammy. Hopefully finish off that game. And then, who knows, maybe I'll return to this before we move into 2026. Because starting from New Year and beyond, we do have some exciting new playthroughs I would like to get through. But, right, enough rambling. Y'all have a good one. And I'm gonna send you off to Mr. Frosty, who is currently live with a game I was meaning to join him through the last time he streamed it, but I got a little sleepy, so I missed it. Anyway, say hi to him from me, and till next time.